We're live. Good evening. I will call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5:01 PM. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson.
I am here.
Councilmember Kaji's absent. Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Lewis.
Present.
Councilmember Matucci.
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh is absent. Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 13A, real property, conference with real property negotiator, 13B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 13C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and 13D, conference with labor negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.8, 54956.9D4, 54956.9D1, and 54957.6. We'll return after closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We will now reconvene our city council meeting. It's now 6:34 p.m. We're not too far off from 6:30, so that's not bad. At this moment, since we did not have full council earlier during closed session, I'm going to ask the clerk to redo a roll call, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson,
Still here.
Councilmember Kaji,
I'm here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. I want to welcome everyone joining us in the council chamber as well as those watching remotely. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report out?
Good evening, Your Honor. No actions to report. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to flag salute invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, will you please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you? Please all rise, and Councilman Sheikh will lead us in the flag salute, and then Councilman Gerson would do the introduction for the invocation.
Please put your right hand on your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Good evening, everyone. If you please remain standing. Every few months, because it goes around the table, every few months we get to do an invocation. And as many of you know, I like bringing someone else forward from the community to do it on my behalf. Tonight, I'm very pleased to have our night's imam. Tonight, Humaira Kabani, who is a member of the Torrance Ismaili Muslim community, will be giving the invocation on my behalf. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. We give thanks for the city of Torrance and for all who are entrusted with its leadership. As a member of the Ismaili Muslim community in Torrance, we are guided by the ethical teachings of Islam and the timeless guidance of the Imam of the time, Prince Rahim Aga Khan, which calls us to balance faith with worldly responsibility and to express belief through service to humanity. We affirm the unity of humankind and the dignity of every person. We pray that this council be granted wisdom and clarity so that your deliberations are guided by justice, compassion, and a deep sense of stewardship for the common good. May your decisions advance the quality of life for all residents, strengthen social harmony, and reflect a spirit of pluralism where diversity is not only respected, but valued as a source of strength and prosperity for the future. May we continue to work together in a spirit of knowledge, service, and mutual respect for the betterment of this city and future generations. May peace be upon you all.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Honorable Party and City Manager, there are none, Your Honor, tonight. Thank you.
Moving on to item 4, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
I will second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and staff announcements. I will begin. On June 2nd, 2025, the city of Torrance had the honor of hosting the Consul General of Spain, Gerardo Fuego Bros, along with Trade Commissioner Alberto Creden Borja. During that meeting, we shared information about Torrance and expressed our interest in building international relationships that expand our global connections and support tourism, economic development, and the broader cultural exchange. Following that meeting, staff remained in communication with the Spanish consulate, and on January 9th, earlier, about a month ago, we received formal recommendations identifying several Spanish cities that closely align with Torrance in terms of population size, economic profile, coastal location, and proximity to major metropolitan areas and international ports. Staff evaluate the 3 cities identified by the Trade Commissioner, which include the city of Cartagena, located along Spain's southeastern Mediterranean coast in the Murcia region, the city of Huelva, situated southwestern Spain in the Andalusia region near Portuguese border, and the city of Tarragona, located in the northeastern Spain in the Catalonia region, approximately 1 hour south of Barcelona. I think I probably could have pronounced it better, but that was as close as I can get. After reviewing the candidate cities identified by the Spanish consulate, staff found a strong potential alignment with one or more municipalities that share key characteristics with Torrance, including comparable population, size, economic profile, coastal setting, and proximity to major metropolitan regions and international ports. These similarities suggest meaningful opportunities for long-term civic, cultural, and economic collaboration. I'd like to request concurrence from my colleagues to pursue a friendship city relationship with the city of Spain. May I have concurrence, please?
Are you asking to bring it back for discussion?
Yeah.
Right, okay, I thought you didn't, okay.
This is
Yeah.
concurrence just to move forward for that. Okay, 7-0? 7-0, yes. I just want to make sure you kept it up. All right, thank you. Councilman Tucci, you want to help me with the next one on rent relief?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'd like to share an important update for Torrance renters and landlords. The Los Angeles County Emergency Rent Relief Program reopened yesterday, February 9th, 2026, with expanded access. For the first time, tenants are now able to apply directly, while landlords may continue submitting applications as they have in the past. This program provides emergency financial assistance to eligible tenants, landlords, and, in some cases, displaced homeowners who have experienced emergency-related financial hardship. Eligible applicants may receive up to 6 months of rental or mortgage assistance, with a maximum of $15,000 per unit. Covered costs may include past due rent or mortgage payments, eligible utilities, and other verified housing-related expenses. Funds are paid directly to landlords, and both tenants and landlords must complete their portions of the applications. Residents who may qualify are encouraged to apply as soon as possible. Additional information, eligibility requirements, and program updates are available at lacountyrentrelief.com. Again, the website's lacountyrentrelief.com altogether. Applications are open until March 11th. Thank you.
Thank you. I got the next two. As chair of the Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee, I'd like to share that the committee recently met on Monday, February 2nd, 2026, to review the 2026 priority projects and legislative areas of concern. Staff provided an overview of key projects to be considered for 2026 federal earmark funding, as well as highlighting the successes of last year's appropriation cycle. Staff also proposed dates and meetings for this year's upcoming federal advocacy trip. Official meeting minutes, along with a staff report with recommendations, will be presented later tonight. Follow on that, I'm also the chair of the State Legislative Advocacy Committee. I would like to announce that the State Legislative Advocacy Committee also met on Monday, February 2nd, 2026, to review the 2026 priority projects and legislative areas of concern. Staff provided an overview of key projects to be considered for grant funding, as well as highlighting several areas in regard to state legislation. Official meeting minutes along with staff report with recommendations will also be presented later tonight. Thank you. City Clerk, I think you have the next one.
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance general municipal election is this coming June on Tuesday, June 2nd. Voters of Torrance will be electing a mayor, council members for districts 1, 3, and 5, a city clerk, and a city treasurer. The nomination period opened yesterday, Monday, February 9th, and it will close on March 5th, unless an eligible incumbent fails to file. Then the nomination period only for that office will be extended to March 11th. 7 candidates have pulled nomination paperwork, and 1 candidate has already returned all their nomination paperwork. If you are interested in running for office, please contact the city clerk's office at 310-618-2870 or cityclerk@torranceca.gov to make an appointment to be issued nomination papers. It should be noted, never mind, that one's already completed. I was going to say it was already booked. We are fully booked tomorrow and Friday. So the next appointments would be available for next week, and the city is closed on Thursday of this week and Monday of next week. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I think we're on community matters. We have thanks to City Community Service Department's Recreation Division and the Commission on Aging, who launched the Centenarian Program in 2022 to honor Torrance residents reaching the milestone of 100 years or more. Tonight, the city has the honor of recognizing 2 such residents. I'd like to present Torrance's 10th and 11th recipients of the Centenarian Program, Mrs. Julia C. Blake and Mr. William Bill Ide, each with a proclamation and a centenarian coin. Both Mrs. Blake and Mr. Ide families are here to accept this special recognition. First, I'd like to invite the council to help me read the centenarian proclamations for both recipients. We'll begin with item 6A for Mrs. Blake, followed by item 6B for Mr. Ide. After both proclamations are read, we will invite the families and members of the Commission on Aging to join us at the podium, one family at a time. So, since we have a habit, I think Councilman Gerson is ready. Councilman Gerson, would you start off, and then each council member will take one paragraph, and I'll conclude it.
Yes, Your Mayor, thank you. Whereas Mrs. Julia C. Blake was born on December 5th, 1925 in beautiful Lima, Peru, and in the 1950s migrated to the United States, beginning a new chapter of her life in New York City. In the 1960s, Julia relocated to San Francisco before ultimately settling in Torrance. In 1969, where she was proudly resided in the Riviera neighborhood for more than 5 decades, and
whereas Julia has been a dedicated and respected member of the Torrance community, contributing to its character and vitality while exemplifying the values of perseverance, generosity, and civic pride. Julia enjoyed a successful career as a real estate entrepreneur, working with respected agencies including Spring Realty, Sun Realty, and Merrill Lynch, and establishing herself as a trailblazer in the real estate profession. And
Whereas Julia's humanitarian spirit is evident through her extraordinary generosity, having granted more than 12 wishes through Make-A-Wish Foundation, bringing joy and hope to children and families in need. Julia has demonstrated a lifelong commitment to education and the arts by sponsoring the music department at St. Lawrence Martyr School and the drama lab at Bishop Montgomery High School, enriching the lives of countless students. And
whereas Julia has remained actively engaged in community life as an original member of the Riviera Garden Club and as a member of the Theater Goers and Widows Friendship Group, fostering friendship, culture, and connection. And
Whereas Julia is a devoted family member, one of 4 sisters, with her younger sister Victoria being her only living sibling, and the proud mother of her son Daniel. And
Whereas reaching the remarkable milestone of 100 years is a testament to Julia's resilience, compassion, and lasting impact on her family, community, and all those fortunate enough to know her.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim Mrs. Julia C. Blake at the blessed age of 100 as centenarian of the City of Torrance and wish her continued long life, prosperity, and the esteem of the entire community for a distinguished and incredible life. Signed this 10th day of February 2026. Just hang on tight. We have one more. So I'm gonna change it up to see if I could trick everyone. We're gonna start on this side with Councilwoman Lewis to start us off. Would you please start us?
Whereas Mr. William Bill Ide was born on February 9th, 1926, and is a proud veteran of World War II who honorably served in the United States Army, demonstrating extraordinary patriotism, courage, and devotion to the preservation of liberty and democratic ideals. A cherished and devoted resident of Torrance since 1941, having relocated to the community at the age of 15, and throughout his lifetime has witnessed and contributed to the transformation and growth of Torrance into the private community that it is today.
Whereas, raised among 12 siblings, Bill developed and exemplified the values of diligence, humility, perseverance, and an enduring commitment to family and community service. Through his early agricultural endeavors, Bill played a meaningful role in shaping the foundational character of Torrance by raising cattle in the Hawthorne and Lomita Boulevard area near Sam Levi School, while concurrently dedicating his professional career to Bethlehem Steel and the local shipyards, where his steadfast work ethic and reliability earned him the respect and admiration of his colleagues until his retirement. And
whereas Bill's unwavering dedication to providing for his family and contributing to his community was demonstrated through his daily routine of tending to livestock before sunrise, completing his full day's work, and returning home to continue caring for his family and responsibilities. And
whereas, alongside his beloved wife Tommy, lovingly raised their daughters Dodie and Jody, establishing a home in Torrance that became widely recognized as a place of refuge, mentorship, and compassion for neighborhood children, many of whom were welcomed and cared for as members of their own extended family. And
whereas Bill is the proud grandfather of 4 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren and is affectionately known as Poppy, a testament to the profound love, wisdom, warmth, and guidance he has provided across generations, as well as for his spirited personality, memorable sense of humor, and distinctive cowboy boots. And
whereas even as he celebrates this extraordinary centennial milestone, Bill continues to demonstrate pride in maintaining his home and yard, reflecting a lifetime commitment to stewardship, responsibility, and community pride, and personifying the enduring spirit and resilience of Torrance.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, Mayor of City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim Mr. William Bill Ide at the blessed age of 100 as centenarian of the City of Torrance and wish him a continued long life, prosperity, and esteem of the entire community for a distinguished and incredible life with his cowboy boots. Signed this 10th day of February 2026. Now, at this moment, I'm going to be inviting Mrs. Blake and her family, along with members of Commission on Aging, to join my colleagues and I at the podium to receive the proclamation, and we'll take photos. So we will be coming down.
No. Just had my boots on. My belt. I gotta start wearing my
First thing I should do, at least, I should give you your hardware.
Okay.
This is the hardware. Speaking as an engineer, hardware. Good. See, which one would you like to hold for the picture? You want to hold the big one, or you want the coin? Okay, then I ask the son to help holding this. How's that? Okay. So our photographer will cue us, because usually we don't, they'll balance the court a little bit. Sal, do you want me to go up or stay here? Okay. A little bit closer. Usually you have to tilt the top down a little bit, because it removes the reflection. Yeah, yeah. You're looking good. Okay, look at Dylan. All right. Would you like to say something?
Oh, say thank you
Okay.
for everything.
All right. Okay, I just want to make sure you have the opportunities. This is your time.
Yeah. Thank you for everything.
Great, great, great. Do you want to take any other photos with just your family, or? Oh, you want to? Oh, okay. He wants it on his camera. So stay put. I think. Yeah. He wants it on his camera. I just want to make sure he got it.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I guess we're done.
Yeah, that's
All right.
very, that's very.
Okay. Thank you for your seat. Great. Okay, we got the eye plan here. He's like a spring chicken. I think I'm gonna have to buy some boots if that's what does it. Look at him.
How silly is it?
No, you look good, sir. Wow.
Thank you.
So, which one do you want to hold for the photo? You want this or this?
I don't care, whatever.
Okay, you're gonna hold the big one? Okay. He can't dance. Oh, he can't dance. Oh, I don't know. He can surprise us. Looks like he's got his dancing shoes
That's
on.
my boots, a cowboy boot, ready to get on the horse.
He's an Energizer Bunny guy.
He's got an audience. I got an audience.
All right, so this one, a slight tilt from the top down, so he doesn't have the reflection. And then he'll cue us up. Good, sir.
Thank you. I do my own house. I do my own cooking. I clean the house, cook, and garden, and plumbing.
Okay. Okay, Sal's trying to cue us. Hey, look at Sal.
That it?
Do you want to say anything?
Yeah. I want to thank
I think
everybody.
Poppy wants to say something.
I want
Okay,
to thank
hang on,
everybody
Poppy
that
wants to
put
say
this
something.
on, and I really enjoyed it. I appreciate it. I might be a little silly, but that's all right.
No, you're good. You're perfectly fine, sir.
Anytime. Yeah. God bless you, everyone. Everything. Thanks a million. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's great. I got a boss. She makes me work.
Good care of it. Here is the Patson. Here is the Patson mouth part. All right. It's okay.
I get up and go to work. If I got something to do, I do it, and I get something else to do. Everything.
We all have.
Hope I have that much energy.
I know.
I don't have that much energy.
Oh, wow. Just watching him, he's just like,
All right, that was great.
oh, yeah.
I learned a few secrets just now. Mrs. Blake dances, and Mr. Ide wears cowboy boots. So for those of you who want to live long, healthy lives, wear cowboy boots and go dancing.
I think he's faking. He's not 100.
All right. Okay, that was great. That was a double hitter. Tonight, we recognize February as Black History Month in Torrance, a time to honor the history, achievements, and lasting contributions of African Americans to our nation and our community. I would like to invite my colleagues on the City Council to join me in reading the proclamation. Following the reading, I'd like to invite Brenda Treat from El Camino College Veteran Services to accept this proclamation. Mrs. Treat's distinguished career and dedication to veterans in the Torrance community truly exemplify the spirit of service we honor this evening. So I'm going to start on my right-hand side.
Very good, Mayor. Whereas Black History Month, rooted in the vision of historian Dr. Carter G. Woodson and first observed in 1926, has grown into a nationwide celebration honoring the rich history, culture, achievements, and lasting contributions of African Americans. And
Whereas the observance of Black History Month provides an opportunity to recognize stories of perseverance, innovation, leadership, and community building that have helped shape the nation and continue to inspire future generations. And
Whereas in 2026, the United States proudly commemorates America's 250th anniversary alongside the United States Army's 250th anniversary in 2025, marking 2.5 centuries of shared history, service, significance, and honoring the diverse individuals, including American soldiers, past and present, whose courage, resilience, and dedication have defended our Constitution and advanced the ideas of liberty, opportunity, and equality. And
whereas African Americans have contributed significantly to the United States Armed Forces, serving with distinction from the Revolutionary War to today's all-volunteer force, strengthening military history while advancing civil rights, dignity, and opportunity. And
whereas the City of Torrance recognizes and honors the role of veterans as pillars of our community whose service strengthens civic life, enriches local heritage, and inspires future generations to lead the purpose and compassion. And
whereas Black History Month provides the City of Torrance and its residents an opportunity to come together to celebrate African American history and culture, honor generations of achievement and service, and reaffirm our shared commitment to unity, equity, and a future strengthened by understanding and respect.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2026 as Black History Month in the city of Torrance and encourage all residents to celebrate the achievements, contributions, and profound legacy of African Americans throughout our history. Signed this 10th day of February 2026. All right. Mrs. Street, please join me on the podium. I'll be right down. Okay, Mrs. Threat. All right, thank you. You have any remarks you want to share with us before I give you the proclamation?
Sure. First of all, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you all for this night. I'm a child of the civil rights era, and when I asked my grandmother, how do we change the world, she said, goodness is colorblind. Kindness speaks all languages, and compassion can change the hardest heart. Do one every single day. Do a good thing every single day. And if you impress someone else to do a good thing, the world will change. And I am blessed to be here in Torrance and to be at El Camino College and to serve with the California State Guard to do a good thing every day. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Torrance.
All right. I'm going to ask my colleagues to fly down here one more time, if you don't mind. You know, tonight's been lessons learned. One is dance, one is wear cowboy boots, and then now I got my third lesson about how to behave every day. Wow, great.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see. Should they all come down, or should they stay up there? They can come down. Yeah, let's why don't we come down, because she's lonely down here. Some of us didn't go.
One, I promise to take one back to
Oh,
El Camino.
yeah, of course, of course.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Okay. For Carrie. Let your hand drop.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Hi, beautiful lady.
I guess the fun is not ending yet. Tonight, we are proud to recognize, I think I've seen this color high school up here quite a few times in the last 12 months. We might have to change our city colors, huh? An exceptional group of student athletes who have brought tremendous pride to our community. The 2025 Torrance High School girls flag football team, 3-time Pioneer League champions. I guess we would call that a three-peat. Huh? This team completed yet another outstanding season, finishing undefeated in Pioneer League play for the third consecutive year, an incredible accomplishment that reflects their discipline, resilience, teamwork, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Winning one league championship is special. Winning 3 in a row while going undefeated in league play each time is truly historic. This program's success is the result of countless hours of hard work, dedication, long practices, and a relentless drive to improve and compete at the highest level. It is also a reflection of the outstanding leadership that has guided this team. We would be remiss not to recognize the tremendous impact of head coach Kyle Irvine, whose leadership, dedication, and commitment to these student athletes has helped build this program into a model of excellence. Coach Irvine has announced his retirement following the 2025 season and leaves behind a remarkable legacy, one defined not only by championships, but by the positive impact he has had on the lives of these young women and the culture of Torrance High athletics. This achievement would not have been possible without the dedication of the entire coaching staff and the unwavering support of parents and families who have stood behind these student athletes every step of the way. On behalf of the City of Torrance, I want to congratulate these young women, their coaches, and their families. You have not only built a championship program, you have built a legacy. You have shown what it truly means to represent Torrance with pride, character, excellence. You are champions in every sense of the word, both on and off the field. At this time, I'd like to invite the coaches to say a few words, followed by the athletes coming forward. Actually, I think we corrected. The athletes will come up, and the coach will give the certificates afterwards. So, Coach, would you like to say a few words, and then come to the podium, and I'm going to stay up here while you say a few words, and then I'll come down, and then we'll have all the athletes up there. We'll take a group photo.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Torrance parents, Torrance flag football parents, Principal Kareem Gerges, Vice Principal Jim Hall, my assistant coaches, Chris Watkins and Juan Rosas, and ladies and gentlemen in the audience tonight, thank you. It's very humbling and it's an honor to stand here tonight and listen to what the kind words that were spoken and to be recognized. I just put things down on a piece of paper, and the girls are the ones who make it happen along with the assistant coaches. Um, it's an honor to wake up every day, to be thankful to the Lord, and I give him, in all humility, everything I do is because of him. Stepping down and retiring this year was a sign from him. And I know the program's in good hands, and I'm going to say publicly, but I don't know if it's going to happen, but Chris Watkins would be a perfect fit for the program. So I'm not trying to put any pressure on Mr. Gerges behind me, but actually, just thank you. Football is a passion with me. I love the sport. I'm still going to be the head track and field coach, but just to take the sport and form it for girls to play and have fun, it's flag. Females should play something different than men or boys and still have fun and be very successful. And these ladies have shown how successful they have been. They do work hard, they have fun. But I'm very humbled, and it's an honor to have been their coach. With the support of the parents and the support of the school, I have no regrets. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And so does Torrance High School. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coach. And as I come down, I want to ask the entire team and the school staff to all join us at the podium.
Come on, act like it's a show. Come on. Well, I'll give it to you afterwards.
I don't like this.
And Mr. Gerges. No, can we go front?
Are we doing two? Do two.
What did you do last year?
We did two.
Well, ask Sal.
Sal figures out. How do you want the people to stand?
Can the council members come?
They can come down.
Yeah, come down.
All right.
Yeah, come on down.
Council members, you're on second deck here.
Let's actually do 2 rows in the front here, so like some people will have to squat
Take a
down.
knee. First row in the
Come on,
knee.
no, take a knee.
No. That's too low. That's too low. No, Kenzie, get off your knees.
Because you're blocking the coach. You're blocking the coach. Go down. Well, Sal, what do you think? Okay. Okay. So how do you, who should hold this then? He'll be covered. Does that work? Yeah. Maybe here there's an opening. Yeah, come on, Sharon, you gotta come next. Mr. Coach needs to hold this certificate, otherwise he's covered.
No, I'm good. I can see. I'm good. I can go up.
Okay. Yeah, you gotta give him an opening to show this. So we're gonna tilt this forward a little bit like this. Yeah, so it doesn't reflect.
Okay, y'all are pushing me into coach.
Wave in the hand.
Okay, at the count of 3, what we're gonna yell?
Harder.
Okay, 3. Oh, the cameramen are ready. 3. Tea house?
Tea house.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Tea house.
Oh, here's one more. This is the coach's camera, right?
Prove to my wife I was here. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, council members. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
She's part of like our faculty.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. He's ready.
All right, we just created a new term. It's called 4-Pete. Let's put the pressure on. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 2 minutes per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. City clerk, anyone signed up?
Yes, Your Honor. Joseph Odenkrantz.
Good evening. My name is Joseph. Can you hear me? Dr. Joseph Odenkrantz. Some of you may recall that I was previously here and I testified before this council on June 18, 2024 regarding the importance of site investigation and testing prior to the development of the Torrance Delamo project at 2325 Crenshaw. I am the environmental expert whose reports and professional opinions are cited extensively in the lawsuit underlying the proposed settlement related to that project. Beyond the litigation, I work directly with the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. Based on my professional analysis, a formal site assessment was open, and soil and groundwater testing is now required prior to development on this former oil field. On February 4, 2026, last week, I sent a written revocation notice to council formally withdrawing my authorization for any party to use or rely upon my reports, data, or professional opinions in connection with this matter. I am here because the city is being asked to consider a settlement that continues to rely, directly or indirectly, on my expert opinions and work product, or on regulatory actions that were initiated based on that work without my continued authorization. That creates a material reliance issue for the city, and I wanted to let the council be aware of that before taking any action. Thank you. I'm a licensed civil engineer, professional hydrologist, and board-certified environmental engineer. I have 11 handouts for the council for your review. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bryant Tellez.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Chen, council members. My name is Bryant Tellez, president of the Skylark Torrance Homeowners Association. Our community of 25 homeowner families and five renters is under direct threat. The park is being sold in a trust sale. The public listing doesn't advertise a community. It advertises land value and M1 industrial zoning to developers. It explicitly states that we are in place. This is a blueprint for displacement. For residents like one of my neighbors who is a 90-year-old mother, handicapped and has lived there for 40 years on a fixed income, this isn't a business transaction. It's a quiet eviction notice. And she's not alone. Many of our neighbors are in the same boat. Seniors, disabled residents, working families, all facing a housing catastrophe. We formed an HOA to protect ourselves. We ask you, our elected leaders, will the city of Torrance commit tonight to enforcing its local mobile home park ordinances to the absolute fullest? Will you require any new owner to complete a full closure impact report and legally mandate good faith negotiations with our association before any development permits are even considered? We call on the council to enforce the relevant sections of the Torrance Municipal Code governing mobile home park closures. Our homes, our stability, our dignity are all on the line. We need your proactive leadership now. Thank you.
Charlie Salinas.
Good evening. Cyclevia is an event where a main thoroughfare is closed to automobile traffic and open to everything else, mostly bicycles, skateboards, strollers, wheelchairs, wheelbarrows, anything that you want. And I believe it was started in Colombia and spread around the world. I've been to all the Los Angeles Cyclevia events, and I guess my favorite was the one that went to Venice Beach, and I had lunch there and turned around, rode back towards the freeway. What I'm proposing tonight is Torrance Boulevard Cyclevia. Now, don't think about the expense right now. Give it a minute to settle in. From the Torrance Arches to the Redondo Beach Pier, all the thousands of people having fun in a street and it's not a parade. And I think it would be really successful, and I think all the citizens would appreciate it, and some of the businesses would profit from it, and it would be another milestone for Torrance being a unique city. So think about it and get back to me on that, would you? Thank you.
I'm already thinking right now. I hate to expose my thinking along America 250. Hint, hint. Anyone else?
No one else has signed up, Your Honor.
Okay. There's still time. Are there anyone in the public who wish to speak in the oral communications? Number one, please step up to the microphone. You get 2 minutes per speaker.
Yes, is there any truth to the story that Homeland Security ICE is looking at the Sears building for an internment camp? That's the question. Thank you. No answer.
Your Honor, we're not aware of any such news items.
Because I think we're just hearing this from you right now.
That is correct.
All right. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay. Then we'll move on. Move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Okay. I don't see any. If not, let's see. Are there any, do we need to read anything for city clerk? Okay. I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Great, thank you. There's no hearings tonight, so we'll move on to administrative matters. Item 10A from the Cultural Arts Commission, Community Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, there's a staff presentation. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Monica Hart, Cultural Services Manager with the Community Services Department. Item 10A is the recommendation of the Cultural Arts Commission and the Community Services Director that the City Council adopt the resolution approving the application by the CTC Group at the DoubleTree by Hilton Torrance South Bay and approve the indemnification agreement for mural artwork. The city received a public art mural application submitted by Linda Amato on behalf of the DoubleTree by Hilton Torrance South Bay to be installed on the south exterior wall of the building. Next slide, please. Robert Vargas is an American artist renowned for large-scale murals. He's of Mexican descent and was raised in Boyle Heights, Los Angeles. Both the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles have honored him with proclamations naming both September 8th and January 24th Robert Vargas Day. The artwork to the right depicts his Shohei Ohtani mural on the Miyako Hotel. Next slide, please. This slide shows Robert Vargas's mural of Fernando Valenzuela in Boyle Heights and the mural in Hollywood entitled Nourishing the Community, honoring the work of Project Angel Food. Next slide, please. This depicts the DoubleTree by Hilton Torrance South Bay location with the red square illustrating the area of the building slated for the mural. Next slide, please. This shows the south side of the building with the specific area on which the mural is slated to be produced. Next slide, please. Thank you. This represents the view from Del Amo Circle West from the Del Amo Crossing entrance. Next slide, please. This is the view traveling north on Hawthorne towards Del Amo Circle West as you pass Barnes & Noble on the right and Urban Plates on the left. Next slide, please. This represents a close-up of the artist rendering looking north at the area of the building for which the artwork is slated. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this depicts the view looking north again with the rendering on the south side of the building. And as you can see, the location faces a parking lot, providing ample space for people to gather and take selfies with the artwork. Next slide, please. In November of 2024, the Torrance City Council adopted Ordinance 3941 implementing the city's mural policy. In accordance with Policy Number 4, Procedures 5.11, the applications for mural projects will be reviewed and recommended to the City Council by the Cultural Arts Commission using criteria 5.11.1 through 5.11.6. The DoubleTree by Hilton Torrance South Bay application and artwork were reviewed by the Cultural Arts Commission on January 26, 2026, and were approved for recommendation to the City Council. Next slide, please. The recommendation of the Cultural Services Commission and the Community Services Director is for your honorable body to adopt the resolution and approve the indemnification agreement for mural artwork. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions, and also present in the chambers for questions are the Economic Development Manager, Fran Fulton, the artist, Robert Vargas, the DoubleTree Manager, Linda Amato, and Discover Torrance Community Relations Manager, Debbie Hayes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak on this item?
No, Your Honor.
Then we'll go to the public. Are there anyone in the public who wish to speak on this item? Please step up to the microphone. You have 2 minutes per speaker.
Yes, wonderful idea, terrific concept. And if this would help Mr. Ohtani donate money to the internment wall, everybody wins.
All right. We should record that and send it to the LA Dodgers. Right? Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? Okay, I don't see any, so I'll come up to the City Council. Do you any questions or comments by the members of City Council? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to publicly thank Linda Amato for generously taking time to speak with me about her vision for this mural, and Debbie Hayes, same as with you for your vision for Discover Torrance. Torrance loves art, and we're excited about this unique public art that we'll be having. And Mr. Vargas, thank you for choosing Torrance. We're so excited that you're here. And hopefully we'll see more murals throughout Torrance celebrating our unique community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a big no-brainer. Truly honored to have Mr. Vargas here. I think the concept is beautiful. You know, I think there was a 10-year contract that was signed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a 10-year contract. I would hope, you know, it brings not only people but also inspires maybe other buildings to do the same, and also inspires children to get into sports and whatever else. I mean, there's so many beautiful things that could arise from something like this. So I'm definitely in support of this, and truly honored to have you here tonight. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you for everyone coming out. And Mr. Vargas, I'm hoping that during this unveiling that we have, that we can have our Little League baseball players from all over the area to come as we unveil your beautiful artwork and have a party, and maybe get one of our baseball players, either Otani, Yamamoto, or Sasaki, to come and just give the kids some words of encouragement. It's exciting, and I cannot wait to see your beautiful artwork unveiled here in our great city, and hope we have other projects for you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. I also want to thank Mr. Vargas for taking this challenge. I think I accept nothing but your regular, standard, wonderful art. You have been nominated and awarded so many awards, so Torrance is the right place for an artist like you to bring in something to our community that they're really proud of, and the new generations to come and talk about it. I think this is a great, great idea. With your special talent, I think you're going to make it wonderful for us. Thank you for that. Just a couple of questions for the staff. Do we know who is the ultimate decider for the final design? Will that be the DoubleTree, or who will be the final? Does it ever come to us for approval?
So the rendering was approved by the Cultural Arts Commission, and then they they recommended it to move forward to City Council. The final artistic design is the artist.
So they're okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, just for the public to verify that. Okay, and just to be clear, if any kind of somebody tried to damage that mural, who is going to be responsible to make sure it is fixed on time?
So it's the DoubleTree Hotel is actually responsible to make sure, but I believe they're also taking steps to make sure that it will be graffiti resistant. Is that right? Is that correct?
Why don't you come out here and help us understand, some of Mr. Vargas or anyone? We'd like to hear from you.
Good evening. Well, number one, it will be too high to reach. And as long as there are security measures on the roof that don't allow anyone to reach the roof, then no one can actually go up there and try to repel or do something crazy. But it's really going to be too high for them to reach. And to be quite honest, no one really tugs on my work.
It was just an excuse to have you come and talk to me.
I'll sign anything you want.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your artistics, and I appreciate it.
Shukran.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the location is perfect as well, so it's going to be very much protected as well.
Can I speak a little bit about the vision of it?
Yes, please.
Oh, sure.
Well, as you know, painted the mural in Little Tokyo, have strong roots. So I grew up in Boyle Heights nearby. So Little Tokyo is a bit of an extension of Boyle Heights and vice versa. I currently live in downtown Los Angeles. Um, I also have a home in Kyoto, Japan, and I have a strong affinity for the culture and for obviously this particular team. And Councilmember Kaji and I had spoke about coming out to visit Torrance, and in coming out, I stood right at that spot and could already see the vision and wanting to also champion everything that's happening here in Torrance. Of course, Torrance has the largest population of Japanese in all of North America, and I wanted to celebrate Little League and the contributions that Torrance has in the baseball world. Of course, Nomar Garciaparra has a strong bonds here, and of course, his Dodger roots. And I would like to bring what I did for Little Tokyo to Torrance, and not just as a one-off, but actually as a series of murals that not only celebrate Torrance's contribution to sports, but also we have the veterans, and the Olympics are coming. There is talk of potentially moving on to the Marriott and doing something there, Olympic related. But rather than wait for Los Angeles to lead the and I have 2 days there, but rather than wait for them to lead the charge there, why can't we, Torrance, lead the charge and have them follow what we do? And that's what I was kind of thinking.
Sounds good. And by the way, I think the chief security manager director of DoubleTree is actually sitting there. So some of the concerns with safety or tagging or anything, I think if we were to use the old jargon, he's got the dot, right? Okay. You might want to just hang out there for a second because I don't know who else can be interacting with you. Councilman Kaji?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's good to see you, Robert, and your team as well. Being also a native of Boyle Heights, I'm glad to see a fellow East LA person down here, especially one who expresses himself so eloquently through art, not just here in Los Angeles, but throughout the world. And I had the opportunity to see your artwork in Oshu, Japan, when I was on a family visit. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing your work here in the South Bay. I think it's going to draw a lot of people. I'm just afraid that the DoubleTree will run out of rooms because it's going to be a very popular destination in the South Bay. But I'm looking forward to that day when you unveil this artwork for everyone to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
And sir, if you ever feel the need to practice on recreating some faces, there's a couple up here that could probably use your work. So thank you. Can't wait.
All right, I think everybody's clicked in. I'm going to say a few comments. First of all, I just want to thank you, the DoubleTree, and Mr. Vargas for, I guess, jointly agreeing to, I would call, to be the leadoff batter for, this mural. I know that since we did the ordinance, this is the first one, I believe. Am I right? And thank you for the honor, to giving us the honor of being the host of your mural here. I know that a couple of weeks ago you were honored by the county for Robert Vargas Day, and I just want to congratulate you for such an honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
And as you share your vision, I think as a leadoff batter, there's hopefully that we will grow, especially with the advent of so many major events in the greater Los Angeles area, and you're just world-class renowned. And on behalf of the city of Torrance, I just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to host one of your artwork. I believe annually we also have one of these I forgot what we call the annual artwork, Monica. What do we call it? Yeah. Can you imagine that when we have that, we could just say, look out your window. Here, we have one represented by the Robert Vargas, right? And that's international, right?
I will say, I was in Japan 4 times this last year, and the mural I painted over at in Little Tokyo is the most famous mural in Japan, even though it's here. And in all of the work that I've done throughout this last year there, I've been talking about this mural coming soon. So there are a lot of eyes that are waiting to get the thumbs up that this is actually happening. And I anticipate that a lot of attention will come to Torrance and hopefully spark commerce and bring more interest in everything else that this beautiful city has to offer.
Super. Sometimes I think of different things while people are talking. As I'm looking at you, I'm also thinking about the unveiling day. Maybe we need like 50 copies of that hat he's wearing.
Sell 'em.
With old paint on there.
Yeah.
All kidding aside. Anyone else have comments? This is huge for the city of Torrance. And like I said, I know I'm repeating. Thank you for giving us the honor of displaying your artwork, not only locally. It'll be displayed, I believe, internationally. We'll probably get a lot of press release out of this. All right. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2026-16, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a recommendation of the Cultural Arts Commission of a public art mural application as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 11, Article 11 of the Torrance Municipal Code on property located within the Hawthorne Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan, Del Amo Business Sub-District 1, H-DA1 Zone at 21333 Hawthorne Boulevard.
I'll take a motion to concur recommendation to Cultural Arts Commission, Community Service Director, and adopt Resolution 2026-16.
I move that we adopt Resolution 2026-16 and approve the indemnification agreement for mural artwork.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. All right. So now the time starts ticking for the unveiling event. Thank you. Sure. I get tell the public. None of us has heard this. This is impromptu right now. He's just sharing his vision.
The unveiling is going to be on March the 25th. March 25th is the day before opening day. So March 26th, all eyes are going to be on Dodger Stadium, back-to-back champs coming up. All the media is going to be in town and from abroad, and of course our local media is going to be covering it. And it's in between spring training, preseason, so that's the perfect day.
Mr. Vargas, you're killing me. I'm going to be out of country.
Oh, no. Change your plans. Change your plans. You've got a month and a half.
Due on the 24th.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Hopefully you change it and let me know.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Gives
Well,
me one extra day to finish it.
it's okay. We will not hold you to it, but you got your target, and
Yeah,
we really
that's the
appreciate
target
it.
date.
And
Yeah.
there's something to plan to because now you kind of did like a Shohei. Shohei said he's going to do a three-peat, so you kind of gave yourself a deadline already.
Oh, absolutely. And I paint the mural completely by myself. So
Wow.
every stroke on there is all done with the brush. No grids, no projections. Every mural you've ever seen of mine is just me up there with the brush eyeballing the entire thing.
Are people like allowed to take videos while you're doing your work?
Of course.
Picture?
Of course.
I just want to make sure because sometimes there will be looky-loos kind of doing things like that.
No. That's definitely going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
You
already
have
know
no
that.
idea what's about to happen.
Okay, you already know that. You can tell.
But
I'm
when
not-
it happens, just remember I wanted it to happen here.
Yeah, this is new for us. That's why. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you to DoubleTree. Thank you, Discover Torrance. Thank you, Fran, for making this milestone happen. We're looking forward to the unveiling. I think he said March 26th. 5th.
No, March 25th.
Oh, 5th. Okay. All right.
Opening day is 26th.
Oh, okay. All right, we're moving on to item 10B. It's interesting. Carlos already knows what I'm thinking. The State Legislative and Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, there is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Irene O'Neill, Staff Assistant in the City Manager's Office. Item 10B is a recommendation of both the Federal and State Legislative Advocacy Committee meetings that City Council, number one, approve the 2026 legislative platform and priority projects, accept and file the committee meeting minutes for both the federal and state legislative advocacy committee meetings, and approve the 2026 legislation trips to Washington, D.C. and Sacramento in California. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So briefly, staff would like to provide your honorable body with an overview of how this presentation will proceed for the recap of both the state and federal legislative advocacy committee. Please work with me, that's a lot in my mouth. I'd like to emphasize that these are still two separate committees that met at two separate times. However, because much of the same information was presented at both those meetings, staff will clearly identify the information that was unique to each committee. With that being said, the 2026 legislative platform and the priority projects were presented at both the federal and state committee meetings. Each meeting also dove into specific detail of state and federal legislative priorities and advocacy trip information, all of which will be covered in the following slides. All right, so before turning to the upcoming state legislative priority projects and priorities, staff has prepared a timeline to serve as a roadmap for the forthcoming legislative cycle. As noted in the red box, the city is currently in phase 2, during which both committees have already met to receive a preliminary overview of proposed projects and anticipated legislative priorities. Should Council approve the recommended priorities and projects, staff will advance to phase 3. During this phase, staff will conduct one-on-one meetings with federal and state committee members to review each project in detail and prepare them for advocacy trips planned for phase 4. As the legislative cycle progresses, staff will continue to monitor legislation that may impact the City of Torrance and identify new grant opportunities as they arise. For ongoing coordination, staff meets frequently with both the federal and state consultants, at least monthly, and more frequently as needed based on the city's priorities. Finally, in phase 5, staff will provide a comprehensive update on legislation enacted into law, including implementation timelines and following the conclusion of the legislative session. Next slide, please. Now we'll move into the 2026 legislation platform. The 2026 legislative platform, including these outlined goals, are directly informed by the strategic plan approved by the City Council in May of 2021. The strategic plan was created based on data from community surveys, departmental input, and focus groups, and is currently sitting at its half-life point. The goals outlined above, including streamlining staff actions, making timely and impactful policy contributions, and meaningfully engaging with key officials, continue to guide staff as we prepare for the 2026 legislative cycle and shape how staff's actions support the realization of these objectives. Along with the previously mentioned goals, these legislative priorities are derived directly from the 2021 adopted strategic plan. With 10 total priorities, ranging from housing to economic development to the stewardship of environment, staff has developed general areas of support and opposition for each legislation priority area. This framework guides staff's approach to evaluating upcoming legislation and are reflected in the 2026 legislative areas of interest for both federal and state, which will be discussed in later slides. In previous years, staff presented these goals and legislative priorities in a large spiral-bound booklet distributed to legislators, state and federal agencies, and other organizations for reference alongside that year's priority projects. As part of staff's ongoing commitment to delivering high-quality materials that effectively showcase the city, this year the comprehensive booklet has been transformed into a concise and digestible pitch book above in front of you. This pitch deck aligns with other marketing and advocacy materials used by the city, including Torrance's fine dining attraction deck, as well as the World Cup and Olympic attraction decks. Inside the new pitch deck, readers will see highlights of each legislative priority, along with unique aspects of Torrance, including our friendship and sister city relationships, as well as an update on the highly anticipated World War II Memorial Wall project. A shortened version of the pitch deck will be utilized as a handout material, while the full version will live on the legislative platform website, accessed by the QR code on the front of the pitch deck. Once you scan said QR code, the legislative platform will open easily accessible on laptops, mobile devices, and computers. The full pitch deck will be available here, along with past legislative achievements, current priorities, key projects. The site will also be regularly updated with letters of support, contact information, and much more. This platform provides legislators and the public with an interactive and easy way to navigate, explore Torrance's initiatives and areas of focus for the 2026 legislative cycle. Now we can move on to the priority projects for this year. But before we do that, I really wanted to make sure that we highlighted some achievements from the last federal appropriations cycle. So back in last year of 2025, the legislative team submitted 5 projects for federal appropriation, and as of last week, 2 have officially crossed the finish line. Firstly, the city's public safety and digital infrastructure expansion project was included in the fiscal year 26 Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Bill that was passed and approved for a little over $1 million. The bill was forwarded to the president for his signature on January 23, 2026. This project builds on the recently completed Torrance Police Department Real-Time Response Center in partnership with the IT department, which uses technology and real-time data to enhance emergency response and investigative capabilities. To support citywide camera coverage and ensure reliable connectivity, the project proposes the installation of 5 additional citizen broadband radio systems, or also known as CBRS. These sites would be on city-owned assets, along with the approximately 100 additional cameras to effectively connect to and communicate with the RTC, strengthening public safety operations across the city. Next, as the Community Wellness Project, as a part of a comprehensive multi-year plan to improve city parks and facilities, this project focuses on public spaces, making them more accessible for everyone. The Community Wellness Project aims to update ADA compliance standards at a handful of parks, city parks, by replacing sand and engineering wood chips with rubberized surfaces. Updating these parks will ensure that all residents, including those with disabilities, may fully enjoy public spaces. And as of February 3rd, the House passed a minibus appropriations package, which included this project as a federal earmark. The legislation passed and has been signed by the president on January 3rd for the amount of $850,000. At this time, I would like to personally recognize the time and effort that city staff from all departments have invested in these projects, along with the support of your honorable body. These initiatives would not have moved forward without the dedication of our community services and our police staff, who work diligently with myself, our federal consultants, and the rest of our legislative team to bring them to fruition. This is a testament to the impact of effective legislative advocacy efforts, and we look forward to continuing that success with our upcoming priority projects. Next slide. Now, moving into the 2026 cycle, this timeline shows the process of how each priority project has gone through before being presented before your honorable body today. This includes various rounds of conversations with the participating departments and our legislative consultants on how to best approach these projects for federal and state funding in either form of federal appropriations or considerations for state grants. The first priority project is known as the El Nido Park Community Resilience and Recreation Hub improvements. This project would assist both district and city capital project funding obligations to community building, restroom, outdoor plazas, and associated site infrastructure requirements in order to realize a dual-purpose park amenity that can serve as an emergency relief zone at El Nido Park in partnership with TUSD. It is important to understand that this project is only targeting a portion of a larger project and larger park improvements that will be realized at a future date. For this project, staff is requesting $3 million in project appropriation or grant funding. The second priority project is the continuation of wellness investments in Columbia Park. In conjunction with the World War II Camp Monument Project and planned sports field improvements, the city conducted a comprehensive community engagement process that identified strong demand for upgrades to the park's existing facilities. This would include gravel walking paths and picnic areas. This project will deliver safe, ADA accessible pedestrian connections linking the park's current and future amenities, along with shaded, accessible picnic spaces that support everyday use and large commemorative gatherings. These improvements will enhance mobility, inclusivity, and overall visitor experience throughout Columbia Park. Staff is also seeking $3 million in appropriation or grant funding opportunities for this project. Our third priority project seeks improvements to our regional emergency operations. In 2025, Torrance PD identified the need to modernize both emergency communications, infrastructure, as well as data-driven accountability systems as a part of broader efforts to strengthen regional and local public safety operations. Through internal operational assessments and compliance reviews, aging dispatch consoles, deteriorating flooring, and limited ergonomic and ADA compliant workspaces within the 911 communication center were identified as risks to reliable 24/7 emergency operations. While reliance on the state's basic RIPA reporting portal limits the department's ability to conduct timely review, auditing, and equitable policy analysis. For this project, staff is seeking $700,000 in appropriations or grant funding opportunities. Our last priority project seeks to purchase a MedCat for Torrance public safety operations. A medically equipped armored rescue vehicle known as MedCat enables law enforcement and tactical EMS personnel to safely evacuate and provide immediate medical care to victims and first responders during critical incidents or in environments deemed unsafe for standard emergency medical services. These capabilities allow for life-saving treatment within high-risk hot zones and significantly enhance regional mutual aid response. With major international events such as the 2026 FIFA World Cup, as well as the 2028 LA Olympics occurring within 10 miles of Torrance, access to a regional MedCat is critical for ensuring public safety and emergency preparedness. For this, staff is seeking $600,000 in grant or federal appropriations. Next slide. So those were the priority projects and the legislative platforms that were addressed at both federal and state committees. We are now moving into the sections that dive specifically into each committee's function, starting with the state legislative priorities. The first legislative priority at the state level is to amend California Vehicle Code Section 9400.8. The goal of advocating for this legislation is to make edits to the vehicle code that will allow the city to charge pavement impact fees to private waste haulers, addressing the degradation effect they have on city roads. By amending this language, it will create the ability for council to establish a new revenue stream to enhance the city's pavement maintenance program in the capital improvement plan, and ultimately improve pavement condition index ratings of the city. For this item, staff would be seeking to have Section 9400.8 of the Vehicle Code amended in collaboration with outside counsel and Cal Cities. The next state legislative focus concerns the public works project known as the Van Ness Wellfields. The Van Ness Avenue Wellfield project involved developing 3 new groundwater wells north of the I-405 freeway. In phase 2, this project will replace out-of-service wells due to poor water quality. Water from new wells will be conveyed to the Border Avenue facility using the transmission main constructed in phase 1, where it will be treated, stored, and distributed to the east and central areas of the city. By replacing compromised wells, the city can reduce reliance on imported water, improve water quality, and enhance system reliance. Upgrades also support long-term water infrastructure reliability and help meet current and future demand. Recently, Public Works staff submitted this project to Representative Waters' office for 2026 WRDA environmental infrastructure requests. Public Works will also be applying to the state's Water Resources Control Board loan for Phase 2 in December of 2026. For this item, staff is seeking letters of support to provide in partnership with the application so that Phase 2 may be fully funded. Next is a tort reform. Public agencies have been increasingly facing exceptionally high settlement costs and outcomes, as well as verdict exposure that strain municipal budgets, increase insurance and risk management costs, and divert limited resources away from essential public services. For the city, settlement costs for litigated matters over the last 5 years have reached $25 million, with insurance premiums costing nearly $18 million over that same period. Thoughtful liability reform is necessary to protect long-term fiscal stability and protect the city's ability to continue providing core services to the community. Targeted reforms to California's civil liability framework will help ensure that litigation costs borne by the cities and counties are fair, predictable, and sustainable for taxpayers. The final area of state focus concerns the Cal OES fire severity zones. On the map to your right-hand side indicates current areas of Torrance that are considered both very high and high fire severity zones, high fire hazard severity zones, as identified by the state fire marshal. A 2021 law known as AB 3074 established Zone 0. Zone 0 mandates a 5-foot ember-resistant zone around structures in high fire areas, requiring removal of combustible materials like wood mulch, firewood, and flammable ground covers. Currently, Zone 0 only applies to very high fire hazard severity zones. At this time, however, CAL FIRE is pursuing action to collapse high and moderate zones into Zone 0 as well. Staff would recommend opposing the current law and advocate for local agency fire authority engagement before the modification of Zone 0 rule application and the expansion of the new fire hazard severity zone designated areas. Next slide. I lied, there's one more. The final state priority focus has to deal with CalPERS investment and accountability. Currently, while CalPERS manages a total fund of approximately $556 billion, its direct investment in California-based public infrastructure represents a disproportionately small fraction, estimated at 1% or less of its total portfolio. Less than 1% of its total portfolio. Historically, the CalPERS infrastructure program has prioritized stable, long-term assets in international markets. This global focus leaves California municipalities to compete for capital against international entities, despite a statewide infrastructure funding gap projected at $835 billion over the next decade. Staff has previously been requested to explore opportunities to advocate for reform that bridges this disconnect arguing that billions of dollars paid into the system by local taxpayers and employees should be prioritized for the critical energy, water, and transportation systems upon which those residents rely. Furthermore, the city's drive for financial accountability, based on the strategic plan as mentioned previously, addresses a significant imbalance of risk. When CalPERS fails to meet its 6.8 return target, the system mandates that member cities increase employer contributions to bridge the shortfall. While CalPERS' own $2.7 billion administrative and staffing budget remains largely insulated from these losses. By establishing a California First framework and fiscal performance trigger for CalPERS' operating budget, staff seeks to ensure that CalPERS functions as a true partner in the municipal sustainability, sharing the burden of market vitality and reinvesting California's wealth back into its own communities. For this, staff seeks council's approval for the city to initiate a formal multi-year coalition with at least 4 other Cal cities, member agencies, to co-advocate for these reforms and work through the Cal Cities framework to prepare and seek approval of a formal resolution at a future Cal Cities General Assembly to obtain statewide institutional backing for potential state legislation. During the previous state committee meeting, a committee member directed staff to research the legality of utilizing automated technology on street sweepers as a way to maximize limited staff resources. In response, staff reviewed the applicable state law and identified California Vehicle Code 40247, which authorized local public agencies to install and operate automatic parking enforcement system on street sweepers. Under California state laws, cities are permitted to use this technology subject to specific conditions. The vehicle code expressly allows cities to install automated camera systems on city-owned or operated street sweepers for the purpose of enforcing posted street sweeping parking restrictions only. These systems typically use cameras mounted on street sweepers to capture images of vehicles parked in violation during designated street sweeping hours only. These images and the images that document the violation and include information such as the vehicle's license plate, date, time, and location do need to be destroyed after a certain number of specified days. However, this authority does come with several important limitations. First, automated enforcement may only occur, as mentioned, during posted street sweeping hours and in areas where parking restrictions are clearly established. The system may not be used for general parking enforcement outside of those times. Second, the law includes privacy protections, requiring that the system be configured to focus only on parking violations and minimize the collection of unrelated or unnecessary images. Any data collected outside the authorized enforcement periods must be handled in accordance with state requirements. The enforcement program must also be operated by the local public agency itself. While certain administrative functions may be contracted, the city must retain control over the program and the issuance of citations. Additionally, prior to issuing said citations, cities are generally required to provide public notice of the program, which often includes community outreach and in many cases an initial wording period before full enforcement can begin. Although this research is primarily preliminary, staff anticipates that this implementation of technology could require additional staff time rather than less. This would include time needed to review the automated findings, process disputes, and manage other administrative requirements associated with the program. There are also notable cost considerations. Just as an example, individual cameras that would be mounted with recording and in some cases live streaming capabilities typically range in the range of $5,000 to $10,000 per unit. As a reference, Stockton, California currently uses said cameras and has entered into a contract with the company known as City Detect with AI-powered vehicle-mounted cameras to use to detect blight conditions, overgrown vegetation, and street sweeping violations at a cost of approximately $237,000 a year. Separately from the street sweeping cameras, in the same committee discussion, questions were raised regarding the legality of red light cameras separate than street sweeping cameras and the existence of an automated enforcement pilot program. In that context, staff reviewed the Speed Safety System pilot program that was previously mentioned, authorized by AB 645. This bill establishes a pilot program for automated speed enforcement systems, which are stationary cameras installed at specific locations to detect speeding vehicles. The pilot program is a temporary and currently authorized program that is set to sunset on January 1st of 2032, only for 6 current cities. Violations under these programs are treated as civil penalties rather than criminal charges and do not add points to a driver's license record. Importantly, AB 645 limits this participation specifically to the named jurisdictions. As written, other California cities are not eligible to apply or opt into the pilot program unless legislator amends the statute or creates new authorization. At this time, staff is seeking direction from council whether or not to continue researching these issues. Staff recommends that council provide direction on whether to pursue additional analysis and return at a later date or to cease altogether. So that's all of the state legislation priorities. At this time, this is just a quick understanding and recap of what would be addressed at the state advocacy trips. The state advocacy trip would be held on April 29th through 30th, effectively trying to showcase and highlight those priority projects and state legislative goals with various meetings from Assemblymember Alma Hirsucci, Senator Ben Allen, and much more. This would be for the 3 committee members and 5 additional staff as well. Good. Okay. Not too much more, I promise. Now we move on to the federal legislative priorities. Outdated zip code boundaries. The city is seeking to address long-standing discrepancies in U.S. Postal Service zip code assignments that create confusion and operational challenges for residents, businesses, and government agencies. In several areas of Torrance, postal boundaries do not align, with municipal boundaries, impacting mail delivery, school enrollment, emergency response, and jurisdictional clarity and access to federal and state resources. Although Torrance's core zip codes range from 90501 to 90509, the mismatch between residents and service providers alike causes mass confusion. Staff is seeking council direction to join the coalition of over 80 municipalities in over 30 states to advocate for zip code reform. At the January 13th, 2026 council meeting, a council member requested council concurrence to direct staff to pursue a federal earmark in the amount of $5 million for the World War II monument project, as well as coordinate outreach through federal advocacy firm Vance Goyak. After receiving council concurrence, staff met with Vance Goyak Associates to discuss the potential project. At that time, it was realized that this project would not be considered for federal earmark funding, as the project would have been completed by the time the application had been processed and distributed for disbursement. As a pivot, however, Vance Goyak recommended that the city explore funding opportunities through National Endowment for the Humanities, which offers grant-focused cultural enrichment and historic preservation. In addition, staff is actively monitoring the upcoming SB4 funding solicitation anticipated to open this summer, which may present opportunities to support complementary elements of this project. So along with the priority projects, and the federal legislative priorities. These will be taken to the April 13th through 16th federal advocacy trip, again for the 3 committee members and 5 staff, with the following departments advocating for the legislative priorities with the Department of War, National Park Service, National Endowments of the Arts, as well as the Representative Senator Shifton Padilla, as well as various international embassies depending on date and availability. It is with that that staff recommends that, and the state and federal legislative advocacy committees recommend that the City Council approve the legislative platform and priority projects, accept and file the February 2nd state and federal committee meeting minutes, and approve the 2026 delegation trips to Washington, D.C. and Sacramento, California. Staff will be available for any and all questions you have at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Irene, and thank you, staff. I think we have copies of your latest product, and I appreciate it. I think having nice products help us sell what our requests are. So thank you, everyone who helped put this together. This moment, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Please step up to the microphone. You have 2 minutes per speaker. I don't see any, so we'll come to the City Council for questions or comments. We'll start with Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, and you stole my thunder a little bit. I just wanted to compliment all of the team and the staff members for this incredible document and thinking outside the box with our QR code and RFID pins. It really does bring Torrance into a modern time to be able to market ourselves, and hopefully we'll start to see more and more and more city products that look like this. So thank you to the entire team, all the way down to, I'm sure General Services had a role in printing. So thanks to all of the people who put this together. Well done.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you. Also want to thank the staff for comprehensive, well thought of item, and you did a wonderful job in addressing most of the items the community has been addressing, especially the one I want to address on page 23, the automated traffic enforcement systems. I believe that you also want our direction to, if you want to pursue that. I like the idea of red light camera. I think we need to have those red light camera. I just want to understand when you say red light cameras, if somebody just crossed or passed red lights, this automatic camera will issue the ticket, or how are we gonna make that happen, or how we get the violation notified?
Thank you, Council Member. As mentioned previously, these are stationary cameras that are only operating through a pilot program for certain jurisdictions. So at this time, if the will of the council is to look into potentially utilizing these types of issues, we would need to look into the legality or the requesting of state adjustment of state code in order to allow the city to participate in a similar type of a pilot program. At this time, it's not something that we would be able to do on our own. We would need to advocate for state changes to make that something available.
But we are advocating for the street sweeps, right?
I think that's also being asked.
Manager, two separate issues. The red light camera is for those who run the red light, and they will issue a citation which you have to verify that we issue a ticket. Street sweeping is another technology that verifies if someone is parked during the sweeping hours, which would then follow up with another citation, which would also need to be verified as well.
So we advocating to go with this pilot program?
If that's council's direction.
Yes, right. That's what I hear, that you want us to give a direction if we should go with that or with that pilot program, right?
That would require a change in law for the pilot program. The red light cameras do not. So there's two separate things. So red light cameras, the city can look at those and implement those. State law just changed on that, so they're not a moving violation anymore. They're essentially equivalent to a parking ticket. So it's lower fines. It actually would be operated by the Public Works Department with the police department verifying issues. It gets issued to the registered owner now. They're not going to, it's changed the law about taking pictures of the driver. So it's that's a big change, obviously making it more like a parking ticket. The other issue, street sweeping enforcement would be done, and speed enforcement is done through the pilot program, and that would be a separate thing for legislative change.
Councilman Alamchman, City Manager, current state law calls out 5 cities for prior research that are allowed to do this pilot. So for us to add Torrance, we'll have to seek sponsorship by our state senator or assembly member to be able to amend existing legislation to allow Torrance to be included. Or we can just wait and see if this becomes a more codified statewide effort, and we can then utilize the technology. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I think you said already 5 designated cities.
That is correct, Councilmember.
So if we want to request to add us, we have to change the entire.
We'll have to request bill
the
sponsorship
staff.
to add Torrance as
see.
well. Or some other legislation that's expanded statewide.
Do you?
Can I jump in, Councilman, for 1 second? Because I heard that, and I just want to make sure I heard our city attorney. Were you saying the same thing? Because earlier, I thought you said we could do that already.
No, we can do red light. We cannot do speed enforcement or street sweeping enforcement with cameras.
Okay, we could do red light, but the speed
Correct.
enforcement, okay, there's a little distinction. So
Yeah,
so
so
that,
that
so that
would
second half, there's actually 2 parts.
Right, so the speed enforcement is a pilot program, and that would require a change in law, and that's the sponsorship that the city manager was referring to. The red light, the enforcement by the city vehicles, whether it's street sweepers or trash trucks, that would require a change in law also, because that's not allowed right now.
Okay, I'm confused now.
It can be used for other purposes, as Irene said
Your
earlier.
Honor. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, City Attorney Sullivan, I didn't mean to interrupt. Your Honor, maybe I could take an approach, a stab at this. There are 3 issues. If the mayor and council desire to pursue parking enforcement when parking during street sweeping or red curb or bicycle lane violations, that would require an amendment to the vehicle code. So that's one. The second is, in order to do speed enforcement, that would require Torrance to be added to existing legislation that is afforded to only 5 cities in the state. To do red light enforcement, that is an ability that we have as a result of SB 720 that does allow any city to do red light enforcement. But that is a substantial amount of public infrastructure that would be constricted to only red light enforcement. It would not allow for speed enforcement or for that infrastructure to be used for that dual purpose unless there is an amendment to state legislation adding Torrance to that group of very limited cities.
So sorry, Tony, just to interrupt.
Yes.
When you say red light enforcement, it means anyone just pass through the red light. We can do that.
That's correct.
Without changing the law or without getting any sponsorships, we can implement the pilot program. Or we already have it.
Well, we have that ability to pursue, but it would require us to design, procure, install, manage, staff, and support that program.
Okay. Just on that, how does that work? If somebody passes the red light, we have ability to send the ticket to that individual, right?
That is a very accelerated description.
Okay.
There is a lot of steps that would be associated with getting to that point, but at the end of it, yes, they would, a citation or a ticket using the, forgive me if I'm not using the proper legal term, but a ticket can be issued to an individual that did run a red light.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
To the owner of the vehicle that ran the red light, not necessarily to the individual that did.
Okay. So anyone runs the red light, we have ability, we don't need to go and change the law.
That would be correct.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. You were saying something in addition to that.
Thank you, Councilman. So in years past, Mayor and Council had directed staff to advocate for the Vehicle Code Amendment. During the most recent State Legislative Advocacy Committee, it was raised by the chair at that time to explore the ability for using technology to do more enforcement of other vehicle code items, including red light. But the SB 720 only allows at streetlights, not at stop signs, and I think that was one area that was also discussed during the committee meeting.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in a little bit. I think, were you with me at that meeting? Okay, you're in the federal one. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Right.
Let me jump in since
That's why I'm asking those.
Yeah, let me jump in since I'm the one that was suggesting that we have these items. In the context, we actually have we had a very long discussion on even like, e-bikes. I don't know, but really I just want us to have get above, in front of the council that there are a lot of things that's going on municipally. I think our public works director, and I don't know if you remember, I got shoulder tapped at 24 Hour Fitness and someone said, "Hey, Mayor, you got a problem at Hawthorne Del Amo Boulevard." And he's parked there and he said, "I want to make a left turn," and someone's going, you have 2 green lights going on. And then you guys got to fix it. I think I went and talked to you and you said, "Mayor, that is an impossibility in the logic of the code. It's impossible to have 2. And I think what you said is something happened to the general public's driving habits since around COVID. People are just running red lights. And so I know that around the city, a lot of people are saying, there are people just running red lights and stop sign. Then we also had our e-bike discussion. People are just flying through intersections. And I don't know if we can do that, but I was just thinking if there's a way we could tackle one thing at a time to start at least have an opportunity so that there is a consequences for those who are habitually just running red lights, that we have a way to see what we can do about it. And these items that staff brought up was just requests of that. So what I was looking for is that, yes, I'm hoping that the council will say, staff, let's look into it and see what we can do. And when we go to legislative advocacy, we can talk to the respective folks that says, for street sweeping, we want to be able to do this. And I know some people say, if Councilman Kaji moves his car at Tuesday at 10 a.m. and then he maybe, I know what Councilman Tucci really wants this, the street sweeper goes by, you look at the app, maybe at some point you could park your car back so you don't have to, I just want our staff to, so that when we go to talk to our legislatures, to share with them these examples that could really improve the operation of our city and make our city safe for red light, because it just seems a lot of people are just running red lights, and if there's no consequences, there's just a lot of crashes and casualties. That was the intent.
Right. I think that's what my point. It's all about safety. If with this, having this red light, red camera light, we can explore that. I think that will be beneficial. I think we need to explore that.
Right. So I would say that if we agree to do that, my guess is for at least a red light one, that will be a future agenda item that staff will bring up as what are the possibilities for that. The other two would, to give tickets for safety or the street sweeping, we would add that as in addition when we have an opportunity to speak with our legislatures to see, to share with them what the problem set is, and this could probably help us. And I believe it will help not just us, I believe it will help statewide, right?
Yeah, it's all about safety. I think I agree with that. Thanks.
Yeah. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the street sweeping one is, I think, one of the, like you mentioned, I have been, I guess, I don't know what do you want to call it, asking or hoping for a change in the way we do that. The 3-hour window is a problem in areas, especially where there's a lot of apartment buildings. I know we've mentioned this before. I really do hope that we can figure out a way that, A, we can get people to move their cars so that we can clean the streets, but also once the street sweeper goes by, that the residents and businesses can use the street again, because ultimately what we want is the street to be cleared so that we can clean it. So, that 3-hour window does cause a lot of problems for people that live, especially like around Anza and Spencer and all those areas to where there's a lot of high density apartment buildings. There really is a shortage of street parking, and if we can figure out a way, like the mayor said, to where an automated system, or if it's not an automated system, I really do encourage us to have a system to where it used to be like this in Redondo Beach. I know they changed it now, but it used to be that the ticketing individual was either in front or directly behind the street sweeper, and they kind of just followed each other, and if they fell behind, the street sweeper would wait. And the reason they did that is because once the street sweeper went by, at least in the city of Redondo Beach, you could just park. Even if it's posted that you can't park there between a certain hour and a certain hour. So if we can achieve that in a way that it doesn't cause a lot of problems, I really do hope, whether it's through an automated system that we can advocate for at the state legislative level, or in other ways, So that's one of the most important parts of this whole thing to me. I do agree. Anything that has to do with public safety, personally, I don't like a bunch of cameras looking, just send out tickets like if they're giving out candy, especially because some situations are a little different than others. I don't want anybody running red lights, but it does happen, and I don't want people getting $600 tickets all the time, because it just so happened that again, if we put an automated system like that, they're going to be giving out a lot of tickets, and I get it, it's for public safety, but there's got to be a little bit of a balance, But the street sweeping, again, I'm going to say it one more time. If we can figure out a way that the street sweeper goes by and people can immediately park behind it, that would be an awesome thing that we do for the residents and businesses of Torrance. Let's try to figure it out. All right, thank you.
Thank you. When you said a lot of tickets for running red lights, I interpret that there are a lot of people who's going to continue to run red lights after the first ticket. Right. Understand. Understand. Anyone else who has questions or comment on this item? Councilman Gerson.
First, I'll echo what Councilmember Lewis said. Like the new slide deck, and the print is very nice, very professional. Good job. I just want to go back to after the last federal advocacy trip that there were 4 angry council members giving tongue lashings to people, and nothing has changed. Still fell on deaf ears, and nobody's mentioned it yet. I'm not going to repeat everything that we went through last time. I will just say that I will follow the recommendations of staff for items 1, 2, and 3, but I will not be supporting option 4, as I have concerns about the advocacy trip going beyond the focus of the advocacy committee's mandates. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else for this? So let me make sure. So I will take a motion now to concur with recommendations of the state and federal legislative advocacy committees. If you're making a motion, I would also ask that you include the part where staff is asking for directions on the automated, that page that said automated traffic enforcement systems. Go ahead. Okay.
I'll give it a shot. I like to bring a motion to approve items 1, 2, 3, and 4, and also give direction to, as far as the red light and speed program, I would probably just table that for now, just because like it was mentioned by Mr. Santana, that the infrastructure itself might be a little cumbersome. So, it's not just a matter of putting up a couple cameras. You have to manage those cameras, then you have to deal with everything else that goes along with them. So,
For clarification, Councilman, so aren't we going to go to the legislative with members and request those fundings?
Your Honor, members of the council, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. We don't have a project identified at this time, Councilman, that would give us a price point on what it would be to build that out. We haven't identified which intersections would meet the criteria of what those 5 cities have the ability to do with respect to speed. Staff couldn't do that analysis if that is council's direction, and come up with a project and associated price point. But we don't have that at this point. From staff's prior experience, we do better when we have an identified project, we have a conceptual design, placement, timetable, and a price tag associated with that ask. So at this point, we're not in the best position to include that. But it doesn't cost anything to ask for legislative relief with respect to speed allowances. So that there is no cost associated with that to the city at this point. So the council has the option, staff is seeking your direction, whether you want us to add that to the projects that we run through with our legislators and the state agencies that we meet with during these trips. So that is what staff is seeking your direction on.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about running the lights without any consequences. That's been going quite a bit nowadays.
You can get tickets, Alamo City Manager, if you're in a violation of vehicle code, police department will.
Yeah, let me jump in. I think for the first, the street sweeping and the speeding is something we could dialogue to see if we can do that. But the red light one, I think I know what Councilman Matucci said. The request is not, we're not implementing it. It's just staff to go look at. So there'll be a future item so that we can make the decision. Right? So we're not even there yet. Today is just, can we get on the table so we can learn more about it?
Okay, yeah, I agree with this. Then if that's what we're going to do tonight, is to table that, to look into that, to explore. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I guess table was just not, table means they're not coming back with anything.
Well,
I just want to make sure we got the language.
Right now,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, like I said, in my opinion, the whole red light thing, it requires more than just a few cameras. There's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be put in place. The staffing, how do we handle when people appeal? So it becomes a lot more work than just putting up a few cameras and sending out tickets. I do like the concept. I just think that we have a lot on the table right now to add. It takes a lot of staff time to research that, and then we have to go out to bid and trying to get some estimates. And I don't know. It just seems like a lot more work than we need to do right now.
I understand when we say we're going to table that. My just question is, when are we going to bring it back?
It's up to council, Councilmember Alamo City Manager. We can always revisit it during the next budget cycle, the next legislative cycle, based on.
Next year?
That's a possibility, always. Anytime,
Yeah.
council
So
pleasure.
if Councilman Matucci's motion, the way he did it now, then I don't think staff will bring it back. If his motion does not pass, then it will be a substitute motion, which you could ask staff to bring back an item. I think I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. So.
That's correct, Mayor.
The motion could be that we talk about it in the next cycle. I can add that in there if that makes it more comfortable. Yeah. Because I don't want it to go away. Just I don't think this cycle is the right time.
And thank you, because if you just table it, I don't know when it's coming back.
Yeah.
That's my
Well,
question.
how about we table it to the next
cycle.
cycle, if that's okay.
We can include it as a discussion topic during the next legislative cycle.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
For which item?
For the red light infrastructure.
Maybe.
Is that what?
I just want to make sure I clarify. I don't believe the red light issue is a legislation cycle. I believe that's something that
Well,
we just
for the
have to.
funding, for the funding.
Oh, okay, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was just thinking that that red light one was ask staff to do some homework so that we could come back for it. But, you don't have to wait for the next cycle.
Well, the reason being is that there's a pretty big infrastructure that you have to put in place for that, and you have to do all the research, you have to get all the estimates, put together a game plan, then go ask Sacramento for money for it. That's, to me, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't.
That's
Like,
okay.
yeah.
I wasn't even
Yeah.
going that far yet. I thought we could, if it's an agenda item, we could see what the results of staff's homework before we even determine, do we even go to Sacramento with that, right? It's kind of like it's kind of like, I think at this moment we want to show staff if we have the interest to pursue it further, as opposed to telling them how to cook the sausages yet.
Mhm. Well, I suggest that we table it to the next cycle because it's going to require a lot of, I think, I don't know, you guys are the experts here. It's going to take a lot of homework to put together a game plan, to put together a infrastructure for red light violations.
Councilman, I'm trying to city manager. In the past, we've also deferred items to the commissions. If council's desire is to further study this topic, one option is we could request that the traffic commission take it as a work plan, which will allow staff the opportunity to collaborate with the police department and public works to bring back some studies and at least create some engagement and feedback. And then they can come back to council. At that point, you can determine if you want to take action, table it, or give us additional direction. That is one additional option. We can probably do that for all three, since it's all interrelated.
There you go.
Perfect, there you go.
Good.
Yeah.
So Councilwoman
I'm
Kalani.
glad I thought about it.
Okay, just pause for a moment. I know we've got motions and second. Councilwoman Kalani clicked in. I want to give her a chance to speak.
Thank you. Just real quick, as long as I have an opportunity to speak, great job. Great presentation. And the material was fantastic. I like what you said. I think that was a great suggestion. And I just want to make sure that would include some, go ahead.
We recommend all three items related to the cameras, citation, the sewer, the street sweepers, all be sent to the traffic commission under one package.
I would like to request some look into speeding as well. I think speeding's almost worse than the running of red lights, from what I hear from people.
We can explore that as well.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Councilman Matucci, do you want to clarify what your motion is now?
Yes, all right. All of the above. Yeah, so those items, was three, but actually technically now four with the suggestion of Councilwoman Kalani for the speed to send to the Traffic Commission. Is that something we're going to include in the motion?
Yes. Real quick, Carlos Huizar, Management Associate with City Manager's Office. Part of the motion as well is we need direction on whether, for us to pursue that CalPERS investment and accountability reform. So we do need that to be as part of the motion.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Councilman Matucci, do we want them to be accountable?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I think he said yes.
I say yes, in the motion, then I don't know.
Okay, I think I got it all.
Okay.
I second it.
You second it, okay. Are we clear? We're good? Okay.
Start voting, please.
That was a tough one.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Gerson voting no.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think we're, two more items. I just want to look at my colleagues here. Anyone need a break or we press forward? I just want, okay, I power through? Okay. All right. Thank you. Item 10C from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Jin Chun, Public Engagement Manager, City Manager's Office. Item 10C is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council discuss and provide direction on proposed city policy updates regarding the formatting of city certificates and proclamations. Next slide, please. For background on this item, on November 18th, City Council requested that staff return with options to update the city's current practices related to ceremonial recognition. Specifically, Council asked staff to explore the following. First, revising city policy to require that all ceremonial certificates and proclamations be signed by the full City Council. Second, placing mayor's signature on the top of the document with council member signatures displayed side by side below. And third, exploring modest, low-cost design updates to accommodate this revised format. Next slide, please. As a brief overview of the city's current guidelines for recognition, the city issues 3 primary types of recognition documents: certificates, proclamations, and resolutions. Standard and long format certificates are informal ceremonial recognitions for individuals or organizations, such as student athletes, retirements, or organizational milestones. Next slide, please. Proclamations are ceremonial declarations intended to recognize or raise public awareness of people, events, or causes, such as Small Business Week or Heritage and Awareness Months. Next slide, please. And lastly, resolutions are formal recognitions adopted by the City Council to commend individuals or organizations for significant service or contributions to the community. Next slide, please. Currently, certificates and proclamations include only the mayor's signature, while resolutions already include the signature of the full council. Next slide, please. In addition to formatting, staff also reviewed current submission practices. While requests for certificates, proclamations, and resolutions are encouraged to be submitted up to 1 month in advance, there's currently no formal minimum submission deadline. Next slide, please. Staff is proposing the following policy updates: update submission timelines to better align with printing requirements by document type, require that all ceremonial certificates and proclamations include the signatures of the full City Council, maintain mayor's role as the primary signatory by placing the mayor's signature at the top with council members' signatures displayed side by side below, and lastly, reaffirm that resolutions will continue to include the full City Council signatures with no changes proposed to the current resolution format. Next slide, please. This next slide gives you a side-by-side look at the difference in approval processes, presentations, signatures, and proposed changes for the 3 types of certificates. Next slide, please. Here you'll find the standard 8.5 by 11 certificate with the current format next to the proposed new format with the added signatures. Next slide, please. Next, you have the long format certificate similar to the standard, but the design is slightly more intricate. On the left is the current format, and on the right is the proposed format. Next slide, please. The next slide shows the current proclamation format next to the proposed format with the entire council signature. You may have noticed that the overall design that I've shown has largely remained the same due to space limitations. Incorporating additional design elements would require reducing the primary content of the award. Instead, we made slight layout adjustments to create room for the additional signatures while preserving the integrity of the main content. Next slide, please. And the last example we have is of the current resolution format. No changes are proposed as it already has the mayor, council, city attorney, and city clerk signatures on the document. Next slide, please. The recommendation before your honorable body this evening is to discuss and provide direction on whether to proceed with these proposed policy updates regarding the formatting and submission requirements for city certificates and proclamations. Next slide, please. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public who should speak on this item, please step up to the microphone. You have 2 minutes. Okay, I don't see any. Any members of the council have comments or questions on this item? Please click in. Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, it's not a question. It's just, I just don't see a purpose of everybody's name being on there since it's the mayor that decides, has the ability to deny or accept proclamation. But I'll go with the flow, whatever the council wants, I'm okay with. To me, it looks a lot cleaner with one signature. After all, it's just, I don't need my name on a piece of paper, but I'm okay with however the council wants to go, either way. Thank you.
Anyone else who has comments or questions on this item from the council? If not, how does the council wish to proceed? Council, okay, go ahead, Councilman Lewis.
I would like to make a motion to approve staff recommendations.
Second.
Start voting, please.
Just to clarify, Mayor, I'm my city manager, it was discussed and probably direction, I assume the direction is to add the signatures, just so we're clear.
I think that's what the motion is.
That
Thank
is
you.
that is
Just
what
want to
the-
confirm since it's.
That is what the motion
yeah,
is, and it would align the city of Torrance with most other South Bay
Thank you.
cities that
Thank you
do
for
the
the
same
clarification.
practice.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's right.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Gerson voting no and Councilmember Matucci abstaining.
Okay. All right. Let's go to item D, 10D from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Tonight, staff is bringing forward a proposed memorial rental subsidy policy for the Torrance Cultural Arts Center. The policy was developed in response to an oral request made by Councilmember Lewis and aims to establish consistent procedures for providing rental subsidies for memorial services. The policy would allow rental subsidies for memorial services honoring individuals who have served the city as elected officials, city commissioners, or department heads. For purposes of the policy, elected officials is broadly defined as individuals who have held publicly elected office within the city of Torrance, as well as regional, state, or federal level. The policy applies specifically to facilities that make up the Torrance Cultural Arts Center, including the Ken Miller Recreation Center, Torino Festival Plaza, Toyota Meeting Hall, Armstrong Theater, George Nakano Theater, the Pine Wind Japanese Garden, and the Garden Rooms. For requests that fall within the policy, approval would go to the city manager or designee for timely processing. Any other requests that are made outside of the defined categories would be brought to City Council for consideration on a case-by-case basis. The policy authorizes waiving up to 6 hours of facility rental time, including the security deposit, setup charges, and event manager costs. And any rental time, staffing, or labor costs that exceed those 6 hours would be charged to the requesting party at the applicable rates defined in the master fee schedule. Once again, staff is requesting that City Council discuss and provide direction on the proposed policy. Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I may introduce Samantha Maldonado, Management
forgot to
Assistant
say
to the
that
City
part,
Manager's
yes.
Office. This was her first item, and she did a great job.
Yeah, thank you.
Samantha.
Sorry.
All right, well, thank you. Congratulations on your first item presented to us. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item, please step up to the microphone. You have 2 minutes per speaker. Okay, I don't see any motions walking up, so any members, well, Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for bringing this back. I just have one request in the report is to add any active city employee that may pass away during their employment here with the city. As recently as I've experienced that on my other job. That was a kind of an issue for trying to find a place. So if we could add that to the list, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. I guess, how does the council wish to proceed?
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation with adding any active city employee.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. There's no agency agendas. We're moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, the City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer to item to staff. Speakers and orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 2 minutes per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies to City Clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. I see you're queuing up, so 2 minutes per speaker. Go ahead, please, sir.
Good evening. I heard you guys were talking about specifically red light cameras, and I made my way over here without speeding, I promise. This is, I wish I was here for this, because this is truly one of the biggest issues that I see in our city right now. I mean, every day when I drive around the city, my jaw hits the floor with some of the red light running behavior that I see. And I understand that, having enforcement, 100% enforcement citywide might be really difficult and expensive and tricky to do. I really hope that maybe we can start small, maybe identify 5 really bad intersections. I mean, I could probably name them. Sepulveda and Arlington is one of the worst. Cabrillo and Carson is getting really, really bad as well. It's terrifying as a pedestrian. I really, really hope that we can do something. And even if we start small, have a few around, hopefully word can get out that, hey, this is being enforced, and it can just take down some of this bad behavior. I think a little bit could go a long way, and this is just such a massive issue, not only in our city right now. I mean, the whole region, it's just gotten shockingly, shockingly bad. I'd love to see, PD out on some of these intersections, and I'm sure, thank you for sending this to the Traffic Commission. I'm sure the traffic commissioners will have plenty of examples of intersections that they know are just terrible as well. So thank you for discussing this. I really, really hope we can see some motion on this. Thank you very much.
This is going to be difficult for me. This message is not directed at Jeremy or Bridget because they had nothing to do with this. And Aurelio was the only one who did the right thing. 4 of you on this dais, Assam Sheikh, Sharon Kalani, John Kaji, George Chen. You voted to disqualify me 4 years ago when I submitted an application for a city council seat. You had no right to demean me like that in front of anyone. I was given improper legal advice, which had informed me that I did not have to indicate a prior conviction because I had received an expungement. That is a legal defense, city attorney. Shame on you, city attorney. You defamed me in front of the public when you brought up the term felony. You need a mens rea element for that. Any first-year law student knows that. And Councilman Sheikh, I explained that to you. I guess you didn't care. John and George, I'm disappointed. I worked very hard to get the 2 of you elected. And what was the thanks you gave me? You threw me under the bus. George, your neutral comment to me a year ago does not suffice. It was cowardice. And Mr. Kaji, all the discussions behind the scenes mean nothing because it's your vote that matters. And as for you, Ms. Kalani, I supported you when you ran, and you hid behind the city attorney like a coward. That is not leadership. In fact, aside from Aurelio, the 4 of you showed cowardice. You should be ashamed of yourselves. But I know it requires political courage to rectify this, and I don't think you have it. But I will put this on record, and I stand with a clear conscience. The shame is on you, and the dishonor is for you 4. And Aurelio, I cannot thank you enough for your courage. And I can only hope that this city will recognize and reward that courage with more elected office. But for the 4 of you, I don't know what I can say. You failed that day, and I did not deserve that. I stand with a clear conscience today. This burden is now on you. Shame on you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please step up to the microphone. Okay, so we'll come back to council orals. And tonight, looks like Councilman Gerson, you are first up.
Thank you. No comment.
All right. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you once again. For anyone interested in teaching in Kashiwa, Japan for 1 year, beginning later this summer, the Torrance Sister City Association is taking applications up to March 20th. If you have an interest, please look at their website at
Just to say good night to everyone. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Lewis.
Good night and happy Valentine's Day for everyone.
Councilman Matucci.
Nothing, Your Honor. Good night.
Councilman Shake.
No comments, thanks.
Okay, this comes to me. I may have to ask if the staff knows, when is the dedication of the baseball field at Wilson Park? Is it coming up? Okay, it is next week, 17?
It is next week, the 17th, Your Honor, and give us one moment, we'll verify.
Yes,
I believe it's
2 o'clock at 17th.
That sounds right.
Okay. It joggled my mind because when we had Robert Vargas here and somebody mentioned about the Garcia Parra folks, that for those of you who are interested in celebrating a couple of new baseball fields, that we're going to be having an event on February 17th.
And don't forget you're coming to Honda on 17th as well.
Oh yeah, I am coming there. I guess, yeah, so Honda will have a special technicians competition, which I'll be there. And, but the baseball field, I think I just want to make sure I put the connection with the mural that Robert's doing. And a couple of weeks ago, I was at the mayor's conference. I just want to share with the public, and it was good to learn and hear from each of the mayors across the country. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for running the meeting for us. And sometimes going to the conferences, I share with my fellow colleagues. I remember when Councilman Shake first came up to City Council, and his first conference was probably the league's meeting in Long Beach. Remember, I said, sometimes, we go conference, if you take with one good nugget, I think that's a success. And then in this case, I get some nuggets, but also we get contacts because the person that we were connected with, the U.S. Conference of Mayor last year, also became one of the sponsors for Mayors Play Ball, and they donated a lot of the banner and T-shirts when we had our first friendship games. So we really appreciate it. So even contacts like that, and then this year, the same person, I think Jocelyn, is also responsible for the whole America 250 events. So, if there are events that, poster contests that we can do, whether if it's from our Park and Rec or Cultural Service Commission, I would encourage us to look at what else we can do, to supplement the America 250. I think that's a good event. And I think we had a very good meeting today. It was productive, and I appreciate all the discussions and the staff. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
All right. I move that we adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, February 24, 2026 at 5 p.m. for closed session, with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber. Tuesday, February 17th, 2026 is a City Council dark night.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake voting no.
Okay. Thank you and good night. Councilman Shake wants to stay for the rest of the evening. It's 9:07 p.m.